Okay, we are now on YouTube. Good morning. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes. But for members that are on Zoom, you can see the uptrend. This is not being printed by me. This is the machine. So she's just picking up on an uptrend, and she's on offense right in here, right? So to what we were talking about earlier, that's what we'll work on next week, and I think it's going to be very interesting. Good morning. Good morning, folks on YouTube that might be checking in here. And it's your opportunity to ask questions. I'm Bagadon. This is Stock Market Caddy. Today is Friday, March 8th at about noon. We'll leave YouTube up for about an hour or so, thereabouts, and then have to get back to work and wrap up things for the week. We have been doing a number of things. We'll just bring your eyes to this little program that's running here. We've been running this program since Tuesday morning. We've been running it from 3 a.m. to about 3 in the afternoon, 3:30. She's done trading one NQ contract. She's done 2026, well, real time 2617. She's off her high water mark. She was up as much as 4,000, but profit factor running about 1.8, winning percentage running at about 51%. So we'll take it. And the swing machines just has been doing phenomenal. And we're not trading swing machine this here in this view. We have in other views, but it's doing its thing. If you look at it today, this is just 50 minutes ago. The 5-minute went short at 11:10. You did it with a mini contract. You're up almost $1,200. If you had taken it 75 minutes ago as a counter trade and tried to ease into this, sure you would be up, some 3,500. If you have any questions on who we are, what we're about, we invite you to visit the website. And then if you got any specific questions, let us know. And otherwise, we're gonna just clam up and let you watch. Now they're starting to write about it. NVIDIA, I guess in percentage terms, took 10% off the top in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 10%. You know, that's that isn't Aunt Mary and Uncle Bob. So that's leverage coming out. They are coming out. This is broker dealer activity. This is the leverage coming out of the market on the roll. So again, when you are coming into contract expiration, just remember this for down the road. We see it. You get a chance to do it in a big way, every quarter, and depending upon where you are. But if the market is at an extreme high and they've been squeezing, 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 and you start coming into contract expiration, the leverage has been just piled in, and the broker dealers have had to buy stock to facilitate that leverage. When that leverage comes off, because they've taken their profits and or going the other way, the broker dealers will dump it. They're not going to hold NVIDIA because of AI. They're just going to dump it. And that's what we've been talking about, and that's what is setting up the markets where this is, you can have a gamma squeeze on the way up too. So if a market has been selling down, 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 which it wasn't, and you get a 1 to 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks in front of the contract expiration, you have to be prepared for that, all that selling and all the put contracts and everything to come off, and we get a short squeeze. So we're just getting it in reverse, and this one's going to probably be a doozy because we were so extreme. And today is Friday, so I think this is going to continue for the rest of the day. I would be shocked. There's nothing here. Who the hell is going to get in front of this weekend? Not me. I'm be in here buying calls. So it'll come off. And if it is enough to capture the imagination of the American public, which it could be, we get down 5 or 6%, we have a huge sell-off, then it could, I'm going to say it's going to, it could set up for a very, very dark Monday and Tuesday. So we'll see. Now our systems, for the folks on YouTube that might be passing through, Nicholas signaled short just the other day, and I know yesterday was a big up day, but he was still short. And so those folks that are, I know annual members know this, but sometimes new monthly members, are expecting us to be able to generate, exactly what's going to happen the next day. If you want that type of precision and you want to trade with that kind of precision, you'd be probably better off trading intraday because you get more bites at it. When we start going overnight, and nobody can say for certain what's going to happen the and only next day, but we can project, over the next 20, 30 days what's setting up. And this market is set up, to come in. So we'll see. We said exactly that we have a storm offshore. We just don't know. Is it just, a normal thunderstorm? Is it going to be a hurricane? We think the conditions is such that it could be a hurricane. We'll see. It can dissipate. And it is funny, just make a note of this, that all the armchair economists and all these people talking about hard, I think even Biden was talking about it. There's not going to be a hard landing. That probably tell you there, there's going to be no landing. We're just going to stay up here and circle. Okay. It's not the way markets work. It just isn't. There's going to be a hard landing. It's going to be because there's never been a soft landing in the history of the world when they've done what they've done. It just hasn't. No. When does it start and how does it come in and how long is it here for? You know, well, we'll have a front row seat. If you're passing through on YouTube, I don't know how you're going to make those decisions. I don't know what you could be looking at. But any questions, let us know.
typical precursor of a bubble breaking. If you're looking for the very early warning signs of a bubble breaking, you find the stocks that have done the best, SPACs and particular SPACs and Tesla and Bitcoin. And you wait until they start to have these big daily drops, and then they recover and they drop and they recover. And that's the very early warning. And the market in 2000, for example, didn't go together. They took out the pet.coms and shot them. The rest of the market continued to go up. It didn't even deign to notice the shooting of those little guys. They were only worth scores of millions or a couple of $100 million. Then they took out the junior growth stocks and shot them, and the market kept going up. And then they took the medium growth stocks and shot them. And finally, by the summer, they were shooting the Ciscos. And the entire tech part of the market had been shot. And that had been 30% at the market peak of the total market cap. And yet the S&P by September was at the co-equal high of March, which meant that the other 70 had continued to rise. So that is a typical way. Bubbles don't necessarily break en masse, but having sliced off the tech and the dot-coms, then finally the 70%, like a giant iceberg, rolled over en masse, the 70%, and went down for 2.5 years. Typical.
That was Jeremy Grantham. He's been around the markets. I think he's probably like in his 80s. I think he knows a couple of things, and he's exactly right. And again, we were early on the .com. We were out of the way primarily, but when it came in, and it came in March, it started in March, and I've been trying to share the story of history. You didn't know it. You didn't know. It just kind of started, and it just kept coming, as he describes. And there are markers. There are other markers. The breadth of the market getting really, really narrow. The complacency at all-time highs. So we've been saying, well, everyone else is saying that no landing, soft landing. Not not from our point of view. Our point of view is brace. Get your chin straps on. Brace for impact. Get prepared. Get an education. Get ready. There's going to be a ton of money lost. There's going to be a ton of money to be made. We don't really, care about the highs and the lows. We're trading the volatility. But because we're around the markets day in and day out, I mean, we're, for better or for worse, aware of these things. Each person, and we are live on YouTube, for those that are passing by, each person needs to make a decision. It's your money. It's your time. It's your life. It's your career life. It depending upon where you are. I'm not telling anyone what to believe, how to believe, what to do, how to do it. All I'm saying is that you want to think about it. You can't. I'm not saying that you can. I'm not that person saying you cannot protect yourself, that you cannot profit. I'm saying you can protect yourself. You can profit. You just have to take the time to learn. You don't want to do it after the fact. I mean, well, many do, unfortunately. But now we did have a gentleman not that long ago. He was out in California, and he read about our Q school, and he said to me, Don, I just don't have the time to do that. Okay, that's cool. No problem. No problem. I appreciate his candidness and his frankness. If you can't afford 3 weeks, then that's okay. You can't afford it. We're prepared to spend 3 weeks with you, an hour or two each day as well as we go, imparting what we can share with you. But I hope everyone is in one piece. We certainly are. You're looking at a program that's running here. We're going to let it run. Today she's had a little rough day, but fine, profitable for the week, and so we will be profitable. But look at Swing Machine. Let's now we're not trading Swing Machine today, at least in this view, but let me show you. This is right here. This is the 5-minute at 11:10. Now, if you had Swing Machine on your desktop and you shorted it, you're up $2,200, 2,300. Now, it would have come in as a counter trade right here on the 1 minute. You know how to use it at 10:39, just 20, 30 minutes. You'd have double that. Do you know how much margin it takes to get short one mini contract at 10:39? $1,900. What? Yeah, 1,900. You're up nearly $5,000. You're up 200% in less than 107 minutes. That's fast. That's how fast. That's how come and how and why they build those big buildings in New York and in Chicago. They have their homes in West Palm, Hamptons, Colorado. Do you think they're investing for the long term? Mhm. Do you know how much money Pelosi made in the last 120 days? Yes, she bought Nvidia, but she bought it on leverage. She bought it with options contracts, leveraged. She made millions. She made about 2 or 3 million. We want to thank you for stopping by on YouTube. If we can answer any questions, let us know. Now we can use these tools intraday, and we get a lot of practice doing it intraday. We can use them on a swing basis. We can use them on an investment basis, going out weeks or months or even years. By the way, that's not me typing this in. That's the machine telling me right here, right now on this price action that we're starting a little bit of an uptrend here. Don't try to trade this. You're on delay on YouTube. You're 20, 30, 40 seconds behind. We don't do these YouTube sessions to hand out the fish. We're just trying to give you a glimpse of what it is we're doing. This particular program started on Tuesday morning. Had a high water mark. We were up as much as $4,000. We're up for the week, about $2,100 right here, right now. She's still running. She's still running. So we'll see how she does. And we have dozens of programs to run and tools to use. So be sure to visit the website, ask us any questions. You want us to plug in any stock on NVIDIA or on NVIDIA, on any market. I got NVIDIA on the brain here. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA, which is always a surefire tell. Did you see where it reverse course 10% in 30 minutes? If you had a leverage bet on that, they do. So if you get any questions, let us know. If you are passing through on YouTube and have any questions, let us know. Feel free to just post them in the chat. I'll try to answer any questions for you, what it is you're seeing, what it is we're doing. If you want us to plug any of your markets or any of your stocks in, you want to see how Swing Machine played NVIDIA today. Let's try to punch it in here. Let's see if we can do this here. We'll see if I can get a view on it. Here's NVIDIA, NVDA. And there it is. If you were trading NVIDIA on a 1-minute chart, Swing Machine went short 105 minutes ago at 957.35 at 1046. If you bought a put, you just made about $6,000 or $7,000, depending upon how far out you went. Now, is NVIDIA a short long term? Probably not. You know, NVIDIA, let's see if we can get it in on a daily. Here it is on a daily. On a daily, Swing Machine went long 85 days ago. It was up 100%, so it did peel off 5 or 6% in a matter of about 100 minutes. What you trade, how you trade, what you're trying to achieve needs to be defined by you, not by us, not by the market, not by Kramer, not by anyone else, by you. We'll try to provide you the education. We'll try to provide you, we will, for annual members, our tools that you can adapt and plug in and work with yourself. Up to you. It isn't for everybody, though, right? Some people, or maybe many people, they want the profits. They want the money. I get it, but they don't have the time. They don't have the discipline, don't have the passion to want to do this, and or don't want to make all these decisions. Maybe don't want the responsibility. That is not our members. Our members are passionate about what they're doing. They understand what they're doing. They understand who we are, and this is something that they want to do. They're very, very good at it. But we'll go ahead and see if I can punch this back now to 1 minute. This is always a bit of a trick here. I have to guess where, because of the writing on Zoom. That's the 2 minute. Oh, shoot. I hate when I do this. See if we can get it. All right, there's the 1 minute. All right. So we'll put it, this back to the NQ. And we'll get things lined back up. So you can't really control the market. But there are things that you can control. We can make you aware of those things and we can break it down. And we're very mechanical in the way that we approach this. It is something that you can learn. It is an acquired skill and you can learn it pretty quickly. You know, we believe. So any questions, let us know. And if anybody has any questions, don't hesitate. The VIX on a daily basis went short 89 days ago. The VIX has returned. You might think of it this way: it has declined 33%, 33%, and the markets are up. S&P about 15, 16, 17, a little bit more. If we get a return to the mean, if we go back, the VIX is trading at 15. If we could just go back to 18 to 20, but if we come back, 33, we get an increase in volatility by 33% back to the normal range. These markets are going to be right back to flat. They're going to take 15 to 20% right off the top. Everyone's going to make their own decisions on these things. We're all at, this is for YouTube or passing by. We're all at different ages. We're all doing different things. We're pretty, succinct about what we're doing. We trade intraday in a big way and extract cash flow. But I got to tell you, if I was fully invested, which I'm not, and I was anywhere close to retirement here, and you're sitting on these profits, this is for YouTube, not for our members. They already know, but I think you'd need a saliva test. I'm sorry. It is just, especially if it's been monies committed relatively new. We are off the charts, extended. So, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. I mean, we don't make here, huge long-term all or nothing bets. We're not, we don't subscribe to, let's hodl Bitcoin for, and hodl and laser eyes and all that nonsense and whatever it is. It could be on anything, right? All these, there are a ton of these little markets, that are bubbles within themselves. It's just not what we do, but the danger here is just what we see technically is just off the charts. Not suggesting anybody, make a knee-jerk reaction and do anything off of our voice. Please not. Just get an education. It doesn't have to be from us. It could be from anywhere, you know. Um, but you want to get an education. Although, there are many people that believe what they heard last night. Wasn't that special? Oh, Jesus. I did not listen but 5 minutes of it. I saw enough, heard enough. Absurd. Imagine that the guy's been there 4 years. 4 years. What did they say? His cabinet, his executive board has met 10 times. Ah, okay. 10 times. Jesus. Um, it's not exactly corporate America. Ah, how many leadership meetings did we have? Not to choke a horse. $17, $1,000. One mini. This is just the NASDAQ all this is 0.64%, not even 1%. In about since 11/10. if you want us to plug in one of your favorite stocks, we love to show the baby off, right? We love to show the kid off. So we're happy to do it. Okay, there's another trade. Now, we have been doing this all week with this particular program, and we need to practice best practices here. We haven't intervened on anything. We've only made a decision when to turn it off and when to turn it off, which is namely it's turning itself on at 3 a.m. And we've been turning it off roughly between 3 and 3:30. It's Friday, right? We've had a nice week with it. I don't really, I don't want to triple bogey, the last hole. So I'm watching a little bit more than normal the account value because it is the last day going into the weekend. We had a high watermark of $4,000 in profits. We've come back, right? We're up real time $2,200. If this turns out to be a losing trade, then we'll stop. We will come back more than half of the high watermark on the account, and we'll stop and have had a very nice week. If she pulls off another winning trade, maybe we let it go. But we're now having an eye. We usually don't trade at all on Fridays. Best practices: get started early in the week, get started early in the day. We could have stopped at the high water mark of about 4 grand, which is a very decent week, trading one contract on one market when you can trade 5 to 7 of these things. Is the rule of thumb that we like to teach. Have available 5 to 7 markets. But let's see if we can pick off another one so we can keep it alive for you. There'll be something for you to watch. Swing Machine is just doing its thing. It's had a great few weeks. It's really, really doing well. And can we trade from here? Yes. Can we trade robotically from here? Yes. A lot of noise out there though at this time of the year when the markets make highs, every Tom, Dick, and Harry come out of the woodwork, filling people's heads with this or that. And, like I say, it could be on Bitcoin, it could be on AI and the economic mumbo jumbo. It gets really, really noisy. We see it, we hear a little of it. But we've been through this so many times. We just filter all that garbage completely out. Just we don't pay any attention to it. I don't care who they are. Peter Schiff, there's a whole cadre of them. And, Neil Cavuto. Oh my God. Um, you know, but if you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Um, if if you're not, you might want to stop, think, regroup, think about what you want to do, and let's see if the machine can pick up this little profit. She has a profit target. Now I could intervene, right? I could run up there and grab that. I'm going to see if we can exercise still a little patience. We still got plenty of time. It's only 1 o'clock here, but here the machine ought to take this little profit here. I don't usually watch the profits in the account level. There we go. Bang, we got it. But I am because it's the last day. It's the last day of the week. Unfortunately, man, what are we going to do all weekend? You know? Oh man, I can't wait for Sunday night. This is going to be a blast. This is going to be a great close here, man. We'll watch this. We may have to shift the image over to the whole radar, maybe, huh? But we'll stay here for right now. Any questions? 21 minutes, $1,800. It only takes $1,900. You want to be more capitalized than that, but it's $1,900. It's 100% return, on your one's money. Mhm. Our members are so practiced, so disciplined, so patient that the money, it gets to the place where the money, and here comes Abby. Look at her come. Squiggle britches. That's our 6-month golden. Oops. Yeah, the tail hitting everything. She is one happy pup. She got more toys in this house. Every day is Christmas for her. Okay, all right. Susie's got her. Great little pup. Great. And they're getting on great. 6-month golden and a 4-year-old golden too, Ted. They enjoy each other's company. And we enjoy your company. If there's any questions you have, don't hesitate. Um, it's just nice, right? It's just really nice to be able to do this. We were just, a few hours ago, the market was running. It was running. We could see it. It was up huge. I was just saying to our members, I'm like, look at NVIDIA go. Look at it go. It was up 45 or $50. I'm like, it's probably going to 1,000. Oops. I don't bet what I think. I don't. Now, if I was trading NVIDIA and I was trading with options, I would have had it on Swing Machine. And, we just punched it up. I mean, on a one, probably get something like that on a 1 minute, especially if you're going to trade some short dated options on it. You get a put option when that's SOB turned around. You'd be up 5, 6 grand. Do you know how to use options? Got to learn. Options too come with a little added degree. It's not that they're more difficult, but they got a little added degree of complexity. You've got to get not just the direction right, you've got to get the timing right, and you got to get the implied volatility right. It's part of how they're priced. So it's important to understand that. We explain that to everybody going through the Q school, and a lot of our programs and tools for trading options, take all that into account. What's going on, Ted? Is that Ted? Yep. Can't even tell. Yeah, it's Ted. These two dogs are exactly the same color now. Nvidia is now down 50 points, right? That's the darling. And see, they were selling underneath of it. That's why we said that the breadth of the market. Yeah, see, this is really, whew, man alive. The breadth of the market was deteriorating, right? That's what they do. They suck everybody in, and they're leaving. They were leaving the market, the big money, the smart money, and everybody was just funneling into the same, first it was, remember, it was the Magnificent Seven stocks, then it was 5, then it was 3, then it's like 1 or 2, and everyone's leaving the party, and all the marginal buyers are coming into that, going to get rich on Bitcoin, going to get rich on AMD or whatever it was. I'm not saying that they're done, that, they could still, manufacture a squeeze of sorts. I don't think it's coming today, but put this, we have some other windows that we can see this on. Okay, so we get another little trade coming off the machine, and it's a short trade. Let's bring this up. Let's see if we can reset this view here, so you can see it's right in here. Now we might intervene on this. The market's had a nice run down here. Let's try to get visibility on it. Nope, nope. The machine took that loss. I did not. So, we'll see. We're still up for the week, more than half of the high water mark. So we'll try to stay. Now the trading robot has no fear, right? No fear, no greed. It's just, looking for what it's looking for and will execute trades. So I just got to really just, sit on my hands and let it play. But if you're at home or in your home office and you're putting on a trade and then checking the trade every 5 or 10 minutes in the car or on your cell phone, or you get your hand form fitted to a mouse and you're grinding on every individual trade, boy, I got to tell you, that's not conducive for long-term trading. It just isn't. You'll develop carpal tunnel on your hand. You'll get really frustrated. You'll be really emotional. Um, Worse than that, if you end your week on a sour note, go into the weekend feeling lousy, you just end your day feeling lousy. You don't want to, you don't want to do that, right? Whether you're even playing golf, I can remember playing, you know, um, golf with various people, and it might be a person that I've never played golf with before. I just happen to go out and they come up and, you know, they're, they're angry after 2 or 3 holes. They get really, really upset with themselves. It never turns out well. They get worse, their golf game gets worse and worse and worse. It's supposed to be pleasurable, right? It's supposed to be a nice time. They wind up making their own life miserable. They make everyone else's life miserable around. They're not mine. I could care less, but played enough golf to block that out. But and it's very on the golf course, it's just very immature, right? It has nothing to do with age. Okay, so you can see here on this particular chart, these are little robots in and of themselves. I didn't type that in. I didn't change that, and it's saying that it's trying to uptrend. It's a little, and it's on offense. You can see on Swing Machine on the 1 minute, she is trying to come back up a little bit. Now, I wouldn't suggest anybody go buy that. You're fighting the tide. All that could be is trailing stops on other people's machines or other institutions' machines. I'm not sure that anybody individually is. I don't think there are many people doing what we're doing, quite frankly, in the retail crowd. I don't think so. But I do think that there are other machines for sure. Now, do they have exactly what we have? Probably not. I'm sure they're much more sophisticated. I'm sure they are, but that's okay. We got visibility on them. We can see them. So I'm going to stay with it. You might, if you were playing along though, you might say, well, what would you do? Would you turn the strategy off and head to the house with $2,300 for the week? Yeah, you might, and you could, right? Maybe you would have turned off at 4,000 a couple of days ago. But I'm going to stay with it a little bit. And but again, if I lose another trade here that bring us right down to about half of the high water mark on the account, then I'll finish and it'll be just a fine week. Um, maybe a bogey on the last hole, but we'll be out and eager and ready to go again next week, right? Now, just to share with folks, our members as well, and we're happy to do this. We just got an email from one of our members, Brian. He's out on the West Coast, and he's working with an indicator that we haven't used in a while here, but I do like it. It's the SMC PMO. He just sent us a note and say, "Hey, Don, can you give me a white horizontal line on the neutral position of the PMO?" Yeah, no problem. And we will do that. In fact, we just did it. We're going to send it to him right now. And so, throughout the year as an annual member, if there's, maybe you have an idea for your own indicator, maybe you want us to modify one of our indicators, and we'll send Brian a note. Maybe he's doing something, different or unique that we haven't done, that maybe he wants a trading robot around it. We'll remind him, we're prepared to do that. And there's no cost. There's no, once you're a member, you're a member. And, this is what we do. Tomorrow morning, I'll be up real early. It's Saturday. I'm looking forward to my Saturday mornings. I'll be up early and I'll be in the office working on things right up until about noon. And then enjoy the afternoon, enjoy the weekend. On Sunday afternoon, I'll be in the office at 4 in the afternoon. I want to be here. This is what I want to do. So I hope you're doing something you want to do. Okay, folks, I'm going to leave the YouTube up, but I do need to grab a quick lunch. And so I don't want to leave this unattended at this point. We've worked too hard. So I'm going to disable the strategy. Maybe we turn it back on when I come back, but it's not going to place any orders. So we very well may be in the house. I didn't realize lunch was up, and but enjoy. We'll let you watch swing anyways. Okay, Don's back. I guess we would have had a little trade going off in there, but I tell you what, we'll turn the strategy back on. We'll see if we can pick one off here. We'll turn it back. And well, here, I just didn't want to leave it unattended. Now, during the week, early in the week, I don't have a problem leaving it unattended. But as we know that we're on our last trade or two, we may not, so we're going to see where we're going to be. We're going to take a shot at this. Any questions on YouTube? Let us know. Let's go take a look at a few things. We had put on an option. Let me see if I can open this up here without crashing our computers. The Option Station Pro. I got quite a bit open. I hope I don't. And okay, so our option is fine. Our option. We still got 42 days on the NVIDIA option, guys, and it's fine. It's underwater still, but it's fine. Now, I do want to look at the S&P cash as an example. Pull this up. The S&P is trading at S&P cash at 51.22. If one wanted to get a put on, it would have been better to do this morning, but let's see if we can. If you wanted to go out, the sweet spot is about 35 days. Excuse me. Get this dang nagging cough. Let's see here. We want I got the wrong symbol. Okay, so April 19th would be interesting here. So the S&P cash trading at 51.20. How much would a put cost us? That'd be expensive. Yeah. A 51. You're looking at about blow this up. A 51.20 put is going to cost you to go out to April 19th, $7,600, $7,600 to get a put. Now, the market comes in 10% and you're holding that, you're going to make about 50 grand. I'm not suggesting anybody do it, but could be interesting though. If you had taken the short here at 11.10 with a mini contract, you would have needed a minimum of $1,900 in your account. You got 4,900, 5,000, 200% return from 11.10. That crazy? So everybody gets real excited about the stock returns. I got a stock that's up 50% in 6 months. Okay. So the percent return, this is the percent return, the difference between the entry price and where it's trading, but these are leveraged. So in 68 minutes, you've taken your account with $1,900 up $3,200. That's, almost, 150% return, right? So this is a little bit intraday. This isn't as accurate as it's accurate because it's the difference between the entry here, but it doesn't reflect the margin. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. I'd have to talk to Susie about that. I should have to, uh, I don't know. I'd have to ask her to write the math for that. I don't know about that, but at least in any case, we don't necessarily need that intraday, but we do. We thought we would use it on stocks daily. Any questions? Let us know. Pretty quiet out there. If anyone passing through on YouTube has any questions, don't hesitate. This is Stock Market Caddy, specifically Swing Machine Plus, and a specific strategy. For the week at the moment, if we were to stop right here, we would be up $2,384.80, trading one mini contract, one market, fully robotic from 3 a.m. to about 3:30 each day. But we missed Monday. We started on Tuesday. And that's what it's done. We're kind of babying it here. We're probably going to get our last order or two at most here. We don't usually trade on Fridays, but where we missed Monday, we thought maybe we'd go ahead and give it a go. If we drop down, the high watermark for the account was up 4,000, so we're at about 2,300. If we drop below half of the high water, we'll just turn it off and call it a day. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. Be sure to visit the website though too. There's a lot of info there about who we are and who we are not. Once again, for us and for new members that come through the Q School, the first step is to see what the 5-minute swing machine is doing and to try to lean on that side of the market. Don't try to fight it. Those of you that have been following us on YouTube, you would have seen earlier in the week, we had instances, I forget what they were. I think they were both long and short. Well, I think we had one day, what it was about, was it about 4 a.m. and it was long all day. I think it was up $6,000-7,000. We get, during the course of the week, next week, the week after that, the week after that, the week after that, they're going to be thousands. We get number of these trades all week. All you have to do is get one or two of them and your week is done. Can you be satisfied with that? Maybe you get one or two of them a month. Can you be okay with that? some of the maybe the biggest challenge for some, um, hopefully not for our members, but is finding something else to do, right? You don't have to trade every minute of every day. We're here. Um, I want to be here. We're doing a lot of different things. Susie's, in doing other things, but this is what I choose to want to do. I get plenty of golf in. I get plenty of fishing in. I get plenty of time. Um, and if that's you, that's great. You can do that if you want, but you don't have to, right? You don't have to. A lot of our members do. I mean, it's like a sport. And but don't hesitate if you get any questions. And if you want us to plug in any markets, you want us to review a particular market, maybe, you're in a trade. We're not going to tell you what to do, but we'll tell you what our machinery is looking at. Happy to do that if we can help you maximize your time. If you're at all interested in Q School, if you are, we only do at most two persons at one time. Even then, that it's still one-on-one, but we have a dedicated Zoom. We can only do two, but it is still one-on-one during that period. We have one person in queue now, and okay, so that was a stop loss there. So we'll see if we get pick up a new one here coming back the other way. Um, And if you have a date or a time that you want to pencil in, could be weeks out, could be months out, by all means, feel free to give us a call and we'll try to get something penciled in. Um, I just wouldn't want you assuming that, we can start on a given date. We may be behind it a little bit, right? Toward the end of the year, the last 2 years, we have a limited number of licenses that we'll issue every year, annual members, because we can only support so much, takes so much time, and we know what that is. But the last 2 years we suspended the annual licenses. Was right around November 1, the end of October. I think this year will be about the same. Never know though, but so again, we're ready when you are. Yeah, so you can see Swing Machine now trying to come back up, on the intro. I wouldn't take this trade. I'm not suggesting anybody do that. But we might have some members. The machine is still on this trading robot over here. It's picking up an uptrend signal here and it's picking up offense. Don't quite see it yet in the paint bar, but I'm not manually trading this. I'm not, drawing trend lines and stochastics and MACDs and giving you a whole lot of, mumbo jumbo. The machine has got it. It's either going to take the trade or not. It is 2 o'clock. So this probably, if it does take it, will either short or long will be probably our last trade for the day and the week. We'll let you watch though, probably right into the close if you get any questions. if a person did take this trade 4 minutes ago, they're up $220. They would have used $1,900 to make 200, 10%. That's because it's leveraged. It's only 0.5% here, but it's leveraged. But not suggesting you do this, right? There's a skill and techniques and tools that you want to use so that you don't get overly stressed and develop carpal tunnel with the hand on the mouse. But just as an example, it's giving us a lot of information and and all of it actionable, some of it better than others. And it is not a green light, red light, though. There is a technique, and we need to walk you through it, which we do during the queue, and then in time you'll become even more adept at using it if it's where you want to go. If you don't, it's fine. You can still keep eyes on it and use other tools. You can see this here oscillating. This is the machine doing that, not me, saying uptrend, and she's trying to decide, are we going to dip back down or are we going to break out and go long? If it goes long, hopefully the machine picks it up and we pick up another trade and finish. It would be nice to finish with a par on the last hole, right? And finish with a nice week. So we're going to try just by sitting on our hands, right? If you're watching on YouTube, see, I have gone. I don't do it much anymore, but I have gone to people's homes here in Florida, and they've asked me to watch sometimes, and it was kind of crazy. I'd go into an office and there'd just be a bank of screens and more screens than I got, and the person would be, all stressed out. I'm going to buy this. That was so confusing. I was just so confused. I'm like, whoa, whoa, that's not what we're doing, right? That just isn't. Stress is not good in golf, not good in diving, not good in flying a plane, not good, period. You'll come to realize once you start to think about and start to execute trades, it's a lot like golf. In golf, you have to be able to execute, shot after shot. Not every shot's going to be flush. Not every shot's going to be perfect, right? Um, but you can't play golf but with just one shot. You can't. The game is not structured that way. The trading game, same thing. You just can't come in and now you can try. I mean, you can put all your assets into one thing and hope that that one thing comes in for you one day. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, but that's not what we're doing, right? We're trying to execute golf shots that are sound, and keep the ball in play and have a profitable day, have a profitable week, and just do it over and over again. Pretty boring, right? Golf can be boring, although it's pretty, it's kind of fun, right? So that's what we're doing here. So, I'm not drawing trend lines. I'm not giving you stochastics and MACDs and filling your head with a bunch of stuff. I was listening to a podcast. They were talking about Michelle Wie, who's one of the, it's kind of a shame. She had a, very, very promising career. She was a phenom when she was a young kid. And, she now, she's an older young lady, actually, but her golfing career is over. But they were talking about, when she came on the scene, she got with all these different gurus and coaches, and they messed her up. mess her up. They had her, she was just had a natural talent and understood what she had to do, and she was great at it. And they filled her head with a bunch of stuff. So, all we try to do is provide the fundamentals, the structure around the game, and then provide you all the tools that we have, and then you can pick and choose. And, hopefully you're not changing every single day, but you can pick and choose what you want to do. And you understand the structure and you understand, the game. And it's hopefully a great way to go. And we're going to work very hard during the Q school. We're going to be undivided attention, and your education will take priority over everything else that we're doing. It's an intense 3 weeks plus, and we're ready when you are. And again, 21 minutes, if you're still in the trade, you're up $800. You're using $1,900 in capital. That's a 50% return. If you do this once or twice a month, it's $1,000 to $2,000 a month. Can you have the patience and discipline to do it just once a day, once every couple of days? It's once you do it, take a break, get on the treadmill, go do something else, take a break, right? For those that are on YouTube, we're still on YouTube, we're still live. And not a lot of folks passing through. I think the markets have a lot of folks at this point kind of bamboozled a little bit when we see this a lot when the markets make highs, because the folks that are in are like, oh, easy game. The folks that are out, I missed it. Should I get in? Discouraged. Then when the markets turn and they come away and they take it all away, then the folks who thought they had it all figured out realize they didn't have it all figured out. And then they want to learn, but then they've lost, tons of money. One of the things that we focus on during the Q School is zero tolerance for negative outliers. We're going to show you how to do that mechanically and robotically, and we mean it. Zero tolerance. Do you have the discipline to heed the lessons and to execute? Maybe you've been stung in the past. You can do it. You can change behavior, but you've got to replace it, just like with everything else in life. Bad habits need to be replaced with a good habit. And then you repeat the good habit, and then the old habit is forgotten. But if you don't learn any new habits, you'll just keep repeating the bad habits. And it's like the dog chasing its tail. Sorry, Ted. Ted doesn't chase his tail. Nor does Abby. Nor do we. No. No. Now, I suppose if I, put on 10 contracts here and we're showing a $30,000 high watermark, we'd have more viewers and things. But, we also like to say that we're trying to reach mature persons who want to be mature in business traders. Right? No, we don't want to flash in and out. I hope that makes sense. So, and we'll see if we get off one more trade here. It looks like it might be to the wrong side, but I'll let the machine handle it. Any questions, let us know. Pretty boring, right? And we say the same. Boring is good. Good. Just collect those profit factors every week. I hope our members are bored to tears. I hope they are, because that'll be good. And I don't see Brian from California, but maybe he's listening on YouTube. Maybe Brian, you have mail. As an annual, Brian's on his second year with us from California. He's busy doing other things, so we don't get a chance to chat that much, but he knows where we are. He sent us a note last night and said, "Hey, Don, I've been working with the PMO indicator, which is a beautiful little indicator." And he said, "Hey, Don, I'd like for it to have a neutral line. Can we do that?" Yeah, we just did. We just wrote it, put it in, and sent it to him. There's no cost for that. He's part of the club. So again, if you are an annual member and you're hearing this, if there are indicators that you would like, maybe it's something totally new, an indicator. Maybe it's a show me study. Maybe it's a paint bar. Maybe it's a trading robot. All we ask is, if you can, maybe it's an amendment to something we have. Maybe it's something totally new. If you can write down the rules for us, even as an indicator or a robot, what those rules are, and if you can write them down on paper, and then we'll do our best to try to program and give you what you're asking for. I don't have a deadline on doing it, but And something like what he asked for, we turned it around in less than 24 hours. No big deal. Happy to do it. So just know that. And but you have to be able to write the rules. When I think back on it, the teacher was great. I had a great parochial. It was a parochial education, grammar school. Boy, they were good. When I think back on it, I had a great education there. Even when I got to college, I thought my parochial education was so much better. We had a teacher in the fourth grade, Mrs. Palladino. Was in the fourth grade. Now this is like, what was this, like 70s? Yeah. And this is before computers, really. And it was crazy what they had us do when I think of what she had us do in the fourth grade. She told us once, and we had like one teacher, like all subjects, right? It was parochial school, small class, probably 40, 50 kids. And nobody, you talk about discipline, nobody misbehaved. And that's probably why they could do what they did. But give you an example. So she taught us English, and taught us everything, right? So she was teaching us what a dialogue meant in English, but she was also teaching us history, which we happened to be on where Brutus stabbed Caesar. So she asked us to write a dialogue between Brutus, and I wish I had it, right? To write a dialogue between Brutus and Julius Caesar on his last day. I'm like, what? How would I know that, Miss Palladino? Well, you have to use your imagination. What? What? You want us to do what? And that was the homework assignment. Can you imagine what that had to be like? We had to write out in a dialogue form the last hours between Julius Caesar and Brutus in the fourth grade. It was both an English assignment and a history assignment. They had to be hysterical, right? I wish I had mine because I can remember doing it. I can remember being stressed out about. I wasn't there, Mom, Dad. How the would I know? I didn't say hell. How the heck would I know? Well, just write it out. And nobody helped you. It had to be funny. So one of the other assignments that she gave us was now think about this. She said, I want you to write out, it wasn't the same night, but even the same week. I want you to write out the instructions for making one of your favorite sandwiches. I'm like, what? Why would we do that, Miss Palladino? Well, pretend that you're going to give instructions to a machine. Well, what? I couldn't understand why, but she would explain the why. And so then we started doing it, and then she would critique it like the next day and shit like, well, Don, you said, take out the knife. I mean, where's the knife? That's in the drawer. Well, you didn't give the instruction to open the drawer. What? I had to do that too. Yeah, step by step by step. What was she teaching us? She never mentioned the word computer. Computer was not in our vocabulary back then. What a great teacher she was when I think about it. She was phenomenal. And she also too, by the way, she had great insight. She knew the kids. And she said to me, when I was in the fourth grade, she said, you're gonna be, I know, Don. She goes, you're gonna major in history when you get to college. Really? I know. I didn't major in history. I majored in political science, but she was a great teacher, great steps. So when you're thinking about trading, think about making that, if it's a ham sandwich, whatever it is. I mean, that's what we're doing. Yeah, I gotta have the steps. You don't have to code. I'll code it. I learned how. Did I know how to code? No, no. I learned. I went down to Plantation, Florida with TradeStation and had to learn. I had a little bit of basic software, just a little bit, but did I find it frustrating? Yeah, yeah, yeah. coding can be really, it's very tedious sometimes. I would probably make a professional software coder like ridiculous. I mean, they can do it so fast and they probably, I can get to where I need to go. But the crazy thing is, I really enjoy it. It's fun writing out the instructions to get machinery to do work. I think that's a blast. And then also we've been doing this now for years, and I know everyone's talking about AI, and maybe we weren't calling it AI, but to get the computer to make adjustments during the course of a trading day or a trading thing, um, it's a hoot. It really is fun to do. It's fortunately I would have never learned how to do it. I never would have done it if it didn't pay me anything. Why would I do it? Right. So I wasn't doing it as as a class project. So we're doing it to obviously to make money, which is what Swing Machine is doing. So it's got a whole, hundreds and hundreds of lines of code, and they're all looking at each other. Did it just pop out of nothing? No, no, you're right. Um, so you have to have, now you don't have to have the coding experience. You don't. If you do, great. We have a lot of members that are software engineers. Brian, Brian is a software engineer and in California. David in Germany is a software engineer. So we got a lot of software engineers. And so if they want to do their thing, they can. And if they want us to do it, we can. They would probably, if they had to look over my shoulder. Now, we don't teach coding um, just because it's so unorthodox how I get there. And if a professional coder was to look over my shoulder, I'd probably freak them out. But I can get there. In my own way. I understand it my own way. I don't understand it enough, the coding aspect of it to teach, unfortunately. And I even said to Susie can do her own thing. And she does that in a different way too. So we can't really do it together. We can compare notes and can critique each other's software, but we can't really do it side by side. It's very individual that way. But you don't have to do it, right? We will do it. And we got to start you with, we got, right now a count of about 70, and I have a list of projects in front of us constantly that we're always working on. So I don't know how many we're going to have at the end of the year, but it'll be more, and probably more things and more opportunity. So you don't have to build from scratch. If you took this trade in the last 34 minutes while we were talking, you're up $1,300 if you did. Now, don't get anxious and try to do something here on a Friday afternoon that's over your skis, right? We're not handing out the fish. We do these YouTube sessions when things are pretty quiet, pretty boring on a Friday afternoon. We're wrapping up. But how much capital would you have used? How much capital would you have needed to put that contract on? Now you need more because you want to have a cushion, but the requirement would have been $1,900. Are you kidding me, Bagger? So everybody's all excited about Bitcoin. Oh, Bitcoin's up 50%. Okay. You want to talk percentage? You just used $1,500 to make 1,400. How much is that in percentage terms? Now, this is a little bit misleading. This is a new column here. We don't usually use this intraday because it says, well, that's 0.4%. That's nothing. Well, the reason why we built in percent return is because we can use the same tool with stocks on a daily basis. And so when you're measuring the performance of stocks, this is nice to see. But 0.4%, it may not seem like much, but when the position is a leverage position, then yeah, it's a very handsome return. But we don't use percentage return on our trading. We use something called profit factor, right? Profit factor. And you might be saying, well, how come you're not long right now? Well, because we're not trading this one right now. We're letting the machine, we probably should have been, right? All week. I mean, Swing Machine's been killing it, but we're letting this machine, it's running a trading robot. And so hopefully it'll get triggered and we'll get one more trade under our belt. So happy to answer any questions. It is amazing looking back and maybe you do too, how we wind up doing what we're doing when we're doing it. Um, you're never too young. You're never too old. You're never too poor. You're never too rich. You're never too smart to learn something new. God, when I think back, I was even saying to Susie, I'm like, there were so many different decisions that we made at different times. We could have wound up in entirely different places. Very happy looking back, hopefully made some good decisions, made some bad ones. We all do, but I, if I can answer your questions, if you visit the website, review it, think about it, write your, there's the trade, write your questions down, and feel free to give me a call if I can answer those questions for you. Be prepared. I would hope, I don't have a problem answering pricing questions, but I would hope that you wouldn't just call and say, like, how much is the monthly when it's right there on the website, right? I would hope, if you're going to call me, that you've got your questions that you want to get answered. And we just took a hit. All right. So I don't want to finish any worse than that for the week. So we're going to have to end today's trading with a bogey. It happens, but we're going to exercise best practices and stop right here. So for the week, we did basically $2,000. Okay, so 50. Our high watermark was 4,000. We ended up with half of it. So I've turned the robot off, and what's going to happen. There's going to be another one. It's going to be a winning trade. You know it, but that's okay. Yeah, we have to be prepared to stop, good or bad. And so we're gonna stop. But for those of you that are on YouTube, we'll let you watch at least Swing Machine with this guy's all done. And maybe I should write in here what we netted for the week. So I'll have to calculate the profit factor and everything over the weekend. I'll probably do that tomorrow. But our weekly catch was, let's see, what is that? Can we call it 2,000? How about we just round it off 2,000 bucks. Two grand, and we'll calculate the profit factor tomorrow morning. The winning percentage. We'll review all that data. I'm not going to do it now, and we'll probably make a little YouTube video on it, so that when folks are passing through on YouTube, they get an idea. Like, okay, I get it, and you could be doing the same thing. And you might say, maybe you say like, well, 2 grand. What's the big deal on that? Okay, well, what if you're trading 5 to 7 markets? What if you did that 2 grand in 4 other markets? And you did 10 grand for the week? How many weeks is it going to take you to, like, seriously? Yeah. It's up to you. I can't and I won't do it for you. We're not set up for that. And we don't want to do that. We probably couldn't do what we would want to do. So, in fact, if you read a lot of, and we're not a hedge fund, but a lot of the public hedge funds are not public any longer. In fact, they set up what they call family offices. And the reason for that is they don't want to deal with the headaches and all the regulatory bullshit. They're also not going to show you a damn thing. And they're not going to speak to you, and they're not going to answer any of your questions. I will. Not a hedge fund. Do we trade our own bread, our own family money? Yeah, absolutely. Do we go long only? Nope. Do we short? Yes. So we're long and short, and we're hedging all the time. So I cannot, so we don't make specific recommendations. We don't make any claims of outcome. I can't. It's going to be up to you. And I've had some folks say to me, like, what the hell? You don't give us any trades and you don't make any promises outcome. What the hell? Why would I want to follow you? That's exactly the response that I want to get from the people that think like that, because I want them to go someplace else. But the person who says, oh, I get it. He wants to actually teach me something so that I can make my own decisions and do my own thing. Well, that's pretty interesting. That I want to do. The others, I won't name them, but you know who they are. And many of them out there, they're not going to do any of that. They're not. And the asset gatherers on Wall Street. But if you took this trade 41 minutes ago while we were just talking, we pointed it out. We were up 100, 200, 300. Now you're up 1,800. If you use $1,900, you basically got 100% return up if you want to do it in percentage terms. Is that one trade going to make you rich? No, no. Which now begs the question, what are you going to do next for an encore? I mean, I got to do it again? Yeah, you do. Day in and day out. Well, that's too much work. Okay. Then it's not for you. It's going to take too much time. It's going to be too much of this, too much of that. That's okay. Then maybe it isn't for you. Works out pretty good for us. And when I say us, I'm talking Susie and me, and of course our members. Any questions, let us know. Enjoy. I want to wish everyone a great weekend, and we're going to be wrapping it up here in a few more minutes. Hope you had a great week. For those of you on YouTube that came by, we'll say thank you. If you see some of this video at a later date over the weekend and want to know who we are, what we're about, don't hesitate. But we wish everyone a great weekend.